Okay, we're testing. There we go. Now it's working. Hello again, everybody. This is Derek, and I am coming back at you with another Wargaming in miniature video. We're doing a live stream. We do a Wargaming weekly, approximately once a week, sometimes more. Yeah, so what time is it? Oh, okay, it's 6:03, so I'm not too late. I'd scheduled this for 6 o'clock, but normally what we do is we do this in the morning. But I thought this would be since I was getting ready to paint these models anyway, I thought, why don't I just live stream it? These French models are already finished. They're completely 100% finished, but not really. I say they're 100% finished, but that's really a lie. Welcome. I hope you guys are having a good weekend. Just started. I hope you are going to have a good holiday, etc., etc. Now understand, I want to put this out right away. A couple of different things. I have a hacking cough. I don't feel bad. I'm actually, I feel good. I feel fine. It's just that I have a cough that I can't control. I have sinuses that are constantly draining. So I've taken some antihistamines to just a few seconds ago. I took some antihistamines to stop the runny nose. I also took some cough relief to help with the cough. So hopefully it won't be so bad. It's not. It comes and goes. It's like I get a couple of serious coughs, and then the rest of the night, nothing. Right? So I don't know. So if I'm coughing up a lung and it blows out your headset, I apologize. I apologize up front. Just keep the volume low, I guess. Or I'm gonna every now and then I'll try to reach for the mute button to mute my microphone so I don't blow your eardrums out. Okay, so before we get started, my second topic is it's kind of chilly in this house. I don't know if it's because I am the farthest from the heater. The heater is all the way on the other side of the house, and it has to go through the ducts and come out my little heat vent, so I don't get a whole lot of heat in this, which was originally an attached garage, right? This room here that I'm in is a garage that someone had, before we moved in, had carpeted, and they sealed up the garage door. It's actually a big bay window now, which I've covered. So this little area here was originally a garage, and so I can see why the venting wouldn't necessarily come all the way. I mean, it does. I've got a vent over there, and I've got a vent under the table, but it doesn't function the same as like when I'm in the living room. I'm nice and toasty, but out in my workbench area, it's a little chilly. So I've invested in, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the toasty heaters. It's a heater about the size of this coffee mug that you plug into an electrical outlet and it generates heat. It's kind of like those space heaters, like those big box space heaters that you used to get, the electric ones that you would put under your desk or something like that, and it has all the wires that run through it and they heat up. Well, it's very similar to that, except it's supposed to be super energy efficient. And all I need is just a little bitty heater plugged in right there in my, because I got an electrical outlet like right there on the floor. That would heat this entire area with no problem. But I'm still waiting for that to come in. And okay, so there's my focus. So I've got that coming. Plus I've got an Old Glory order coming. The Old Glory order that I've got coming in is really just a restock of a lot of Old Glory models that I sold. Plus we got a sale going on right now. It's 15% off of all my, well, not all, let me rephrase that. 15% off of a large selection of 15mm items. So 15 for 15s. Maxwell House. Also, I have a 20% off sale for all my, not all, I say all, but that's not true, a large selection of 25mm stuff. So if you're shopping for like Victrix or Warlord or something like that, you might get a 20% off. And if you're shopping for like Old Glory or Plastic Soldier Company or something like that, you can get 15% off. Oh. Okay, so all I want to do with these figures here, there's a couple of different things we want to do tonight, and this is my finish. This is what I call my finishing touches, because I've already applied the wash, and washes take a moment to dry. I've noticed that they take a lot longer than like regular paints. Trying to force it out. Trying to make those coughs productive. What do they say? Get the phlegm out or whatever. Okay, so I gave the infantry time to dry while I did the cavalry. I still had to paint the cavalry and get them all ready, good to go. And once I finished them and washed them, that was last night. So that it's been probably 18 hours or more. So I'm sure they're fine. I don't want to apply my I don't want to apply any kind of varnish. Man, this cough is killing me. I think it has a lot to do with talking too. Because I'm not coughing like this when I'm not talking. If I was just sitting here painting, I wouldn't be coughing like crazy. Maybe it's a dry throat kind of thing. If you put your varnish on top of your model while the wash is still wet or not 100% dry, what'll happen is your varnish itself will become misty, gloomy or whatever, and it'll ruin your paint jobs. So now, and you know that I use soft tone. Yeah, I've already used a soft tone. It's a thinned out soft tone. I use soft tone, and then I also use a Liquitex wash medium I should say a flow additive that makes it flow a lot better. But even though it flows a lot better, it still darkens the model, right? And so now I want to bring up or highlight some areas, and the only areas that I'm really going to highlight is the blue and the green. The blue for the French here, and the green for the chasseurs. And the white is, I'm just going to touch some straps and clean off any white areas that might be standouts. Okay. Or areas that, you know, need to be cleaned up. Okay, so let's see here. I'm just gonna take these 15s, get them out of the way. Got these out a couple of days ago to show off my Napoleonic basing. I think it was the last Wargaming Weekly I did that. And these guys have been sitting on my desk the whole time while I've been painting and stuff. I did some rebasing. I think my next activity is not going to be to paint my Romans. I really want to paint my Meg Romans. I really want to get them squared away. But I also want to rebase all my French and British and Napoleonics so that they can all be ready. Or I can make them ready. Plus I got to put the flags on these standards. I'm going to have to look that up again. But I'm not going to put the flags on until after I apply the matte finish. So we're going to matte finish everything. And then once that dries, which probably will not be on camera, I'll put the flags on. I'll base them on their black powder bases. And then I'll probably do a video later, or maybe tomorrow, showing them off. Okay, none of these guys are going to have green on them, or any green highlights. This guy is, and these 12 are. So we're just going to knock the green out super quick. I have the chat up. It's not in front of me. I probably could move it. Probably should turn that on as well. Yeah, as soon as I turn that on, you notice my camera changed. Yeah. Yeah. But it should help with lighting. It's like loading the I don't remember what it's called. Defaults. Okay. Gotta swap my glasses out. Yeah, so you see that I'm wearing extra layers. I've got my Miami Dolphins sweatshirt on, and I've got just a generic black sweatshirt on underneath. I guess this is a hoodie. Yeah, I've got multiple layers because of this room, and I've got a hat on. Got my, what do they call this thing, a pile cap. Now I thought about going through and refreshing my brushes as well. That's another thing I need to do. But I'm not really in any rush to do it. Because I went through this entire month without refreshing them, and I probably should have done it at the beginning of the month. So what I'm trying to do is hit large flat areas of their uniform, as well as like knees and elbows. So if like the back of their sleeve is nice and smooth, I'll hit it. Back of their pants down to the part where back of the knee where you got some crinkles. I'm not going to highlight the crinkles, only the big flat areas, the areas that have been pulled tight, like around the knees and elbows. Chest, if there is any. All right, perfect. Okay. Don't want this to be time consuming. I just want this to be highlights, not a full paint job. And if I see anything that needs to be corrected, like if yellow got somewhere it wasn't supposed to get, white got somewhere it wasn't supposed to get, I'll fix it as well. And any folds in the fabric, I'm just trying to hit the raised areas, the high areas. Yeah, and I painted their sheepskin. I was originally planning on just leaving it the white primer, but I decided not to, and I used the white gray on them. And wow, it really made a difference. I didn't think it would. I thought it would be like so subtle that it wouldn't really matter. But even though it is super subtle, it still made a big difference. Yeah, and it decided to go with a yellow. No! No! No, my man, no! Gotta fix that. My hand slipped and I painted the horse's neck green by accident. But adding enough water, causing it to turn into kind of a wash. And now I'm using a dry brush to kind of soak it up. I have rescued this horse's neck. Oh my gosh. I was scared there for a second. Oh goodness. Okay. Rescued that horse's neck. Oh, okay. All right. I'm kind of refraining from doing too much talking because that causes me to cough like a madman. So please just bear with my non-talk. Enjoy the show. Now we're not putting a standard on the cavalry. Now originally I had painted this blanket yellow. Because I relied on one source material. I went to this source material. It showed that it was a yellow blanket, and I was content. I painted it yellow, but something in my head was just telling me, no, that doesn't seem right. Something about that just doesn't feel right. So I took it upon myself to go check like 4 other sources, and they all said it was green. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought it was. So I had to repaint the blanket. And I repainted it green. All right. Just hitting the roll on the back of their saddle. That's nice and tight, smooth, without creases and stuff. If it's nice and tight, smooth, with no creases, I'm going to hit the highlight color on there. I don't know how many chaussures I've painted in my career, but it's been a lot. Because there are 3 chasseur units at Waterloo. So I had painted all 3 of those units twice. Because I painted the Waterloo armies for black powder, actually, a few years back. 5, 6, 7 years back, I painted these. And needed some money, so what I did was I posted a couple of Napoleonic units on eBay while I was still working at Best Buy, and they sold very well, extremely well. So it made me think, was I doing what I was put on this earth to do? And my answer to myself was no. So I quit Best Buy, posted all of my Napoleonic army on eBay, while I pulled all kinds of miniature painting projects that I had partially completed or even fully completed, and finished them and then posted them. And this is where we're at today. I discovered that I can make more money doing something I love, working for myself, basically. So that's what I'm doing. Also, partially, like, I was working in the computer department for a long time. That's when I pretty much discovered that I could make a living doing this. And then I moved over to the Geek Squad, right? And my manager at Geek Squad wanted to learn how to paint, right? And so, being a very good painter, I said, okay, this is what you need to do. This is the materials you need. And this is these are some techniques that you can use to really do a good job. And then something clicked in my head at that time. He had no problem going out and buying all those uh, everything I told him that he needed. Right? I said, you need this type of brush, you need this type of paint, you know. Here's some figures you could get started with, or you know, you'll need primer, you'll need washes, you know, you'll need highlights and various types of brushes. And basically I I have I don't know, it's just something ingrained in me that I was trying to save him money. So I was constantly trying to tell him, like, you don't need this, but it would be helpful. You know, you don't need this item. You know, I use it because of X, Y, and Z, but you don't need it. It's just helpful. And he went out and got everything I suggested. And his first model, I think, was a Griffin, I think. And it came up really good. He did a really good job on his Griffin. But it kind of told me something, because I realized at that time that I was undervaluing the amount of effort that goes into painting. I didn't realize it until I had to show someone else. I was like, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to have this type of whatever and this type of whatever. And I was like, wow, really? I've got all this stuff? I use all this? This is what was going through my mind, like, because he was putting together like a shopping list. Every time I would tell him something, he would like add it. And it came up to like a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. And I'm like, and I have all those things? And I use them on a regular basis? I was like, okay, I can see why someone who doesn't have all this would pay someone else to do it, because that's a big investment. I didn't kind of like realize how big of an investment it was until I started sharing it with Jason. That was his name. Well, it probably still is his name. If I'm painting off camera, I'm sorry. I'm not kind of concerned with that. Maybe I should be. Okay, I think. Nope, 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 nope. I don't think I checked that on these other. Well, epaulet. That the shoulder strap is tucked underneath. There we go. Some of it was colored white from the strap, so it had to be fixed. Okay. One last one. Okay. The messenger. Okay. And if you're curious to know what color this is that I'm using, that is exactly the same as Chasseur green. It's a P3 color from Privateer. And I'll share in just a moment. There we go. And then the collar, or I should say the epaulet, little cover piece. Yep. Yep. And it winds up being like the perfect Chasseur green. Called Ionian green, if you were curious. Now on these French line infantry, even though they have blue jackets, it's really not a whole lot of blue exposed because their entire back is covered with a backpack. Okay, what just happened here? That didn't snap. Hmm. Okay, touching it up with this Signar blue highlight really is making a difference. And again, I'm not painting it, I'm just hitting some raised areas and some exposed areas. Just enough to where the light would shine off of it and make it a lot brighter. You guys were originally painted with dark blue. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay. On these guys, I want to give you a before and after. Just so you can kind of visualize what's going on. But like, you can see here, these are all befores. Focus is working. Very dark on the stick in my face. When I held it up to the camera, it looked very light. Like the camera was artificially lightening the blue. But what I was trying to get at was the only exposed area on these infantry that you really can highlight is the arms, the sleeves. Because the back is covered by a backpack, and your turn back area, the coatee, covered by your cartridge box and sword or whatever. So I'm just going to highlight the arms. And I'm kind of doing it in quick brush strokes parallel to the folds. So, like the crinkles in the fabric. So you'll get the impression that and I'm trying to only hit the raised areas. But that's not always the case. I'm not trying to give it a 100% coating either. I just want to give it an eye-catching contrast. So instead of just doing the front of the sleeves, I'm also coming at it from the back as well, even though you probably don't need to do the back because the back of the sleeves are probably being hidden by shadow anyway, and you wouldn't have a highlight like a lighter areas due to the lighting. But I'm doing it anyway because I think it looks cool. Now, if there is any room to get to the coattails, I will, specifically a little pocket that's on the coattail. But if there's a cup or a bunch of garlic or something covering it, then you can't really get to it. Yeah, I don't know if you can really tell the difference. But when I do the close-ups on the, when I get the camera and I actually look at the focuses, and I'm actually able to focus it, you'll be able to, you might be able to see what I'm doing here. Because remember, I painted these dark blue, and then I applied a wash on top of it, which made it like almost a Prussian blue, which is perfectly fine. That's a perfectly legit French color. It just, to me, it just seems a little too dark. But it's perfect for like, it's perfect for shadows, shadowing. Two-tone figures. Plus I can come through here. I just did it on that one figure. Pocket had some white on it. I think it might have been a mistake on my painting. And I was able to fix that with a little bit of blue. Yeah, so basically I'm just going up and down the sleeves, front and back, ensuring I hit like any stretched fabric, and then if there's any folds, I kind of paint parallel with the folds, leaving gaps so that you can see the dark blue underneath, and also fixing any overpainting mistakes that I might have done, like with muskets or straps or something. And what it's really doing, most importantly, is it's lightening it down, bringing it back to a French blue color. I'm gonna say something about, yeah, the washes, but I think I might have already said it. So. Now this is only going to be time consuming because there are so many models. Not because it's hard, because it's definitely And I hope Dan appreciates this little extra effort I'm putting in right here. I know he does, but speaking of which, I know you guys already know this, but on the 1st, my commission prices are going up. And I don't mean that as an ultimatum or anything. It's more of like a polite warning. I just want to let everyone know, keep everybody in the loop so that when it does change, you're like, "Oh, I didn't know that was going to happen." No, it's coming. But what that's done, I didn't mean this to happen, but what this has done is it's caused me to get a bunch of commissions before the end of the year. They're just piling up. So I'll do my best to knock out the commissions fast as I can. Partially because I don't bill until I'm done. So if it takes me 3 months to do a commission, hopefully it never will take that long. That just seems like a ridiculous amount of time. But if it does, then I don't get paid for 3 months. A 1 month commission seems reasonable to me, so that's what I try to do. I try to do at least 1 commission every month. But if I have 6 commissions in the queue, somebody might be waiting 6 months before he gets his stuff. So I don't have an assembly line. I don't have a crew working on commissions with me. To help out or anything like that. So when I say 1 month per commission, that's actually very, very long. Unless it's a very, very large commission. Like if you got a battalion for black powder and you want me to paint like a British line infantry battalion of 24 figures, I'll probably get that done in like 2 weeks. But if you send me a starter army with 4 battalions, an artillery piece, a cavalry unit, and a general, that might take me a month, maybe even a month and a half. Now, in this case, it actually took longer because I don't know if you remember this, but I was down for about a month with COVID. And I was not painting or doing anything while I was bedridden. So take that into account. Fixing a little overpainting right there. That overpayment. That's funny. Also, just so you know, if you send me 2 or 3 commissions. And when I say 2 or 3 commissions, if you want me to break it up into multiple payments, like you say something like, I'm sending you all these French, but I only want you to do half at a time because, you know, make it easy on yourself to pay and all that. I consider that 2 different commissions. Even though it's kind of one, I still consider that 2 because it's 2 jobs I'm doing, a first half and a second half. Now, let's say you send me that. Let's say you send me and you say, I want this broken down into 2 halves. And then you send me a third half? No, yeah, like a third unit to do. I'm going to put that in the queue. It might not be right after your first 2 units because there might be other people in queue wanting their stuff done too. So that third unit doesn't get to jump the line. So some of your stuff might be broken up, is what I'm saying, into multiple commissions or deliveries. Okay. Going through this paint pretty quickly. Might need to shake the bottle up again and get some more in the lid. And I'm sorry about the coughing. I don't have any control over it. Actually, I do. I've got some medicine, plus if I could just stop talking. Okay, on these French models, the back side of their sleeve is like perfectly straight, like it's nice and tight. But the front side of the sleeve has a lot of different creases. So it's a different painting style. I paint vertically in the back where I'm painting horizontally in the front. And also leaving a lot of gaps. Because I want the creases artificially, want your eyes to artificially be drawn to them. Okay, maybe that's only on the left sleeve. Right sleeve doesn't look like that. Oh, it's wrapped around his musket and it's nice and tight. So there are some creases. This depends on the model pose, I suppose. And also, if you have, again, musket over painting, this is when you can fix it. Yep, the backside is nice and tight, straight and smooth. That's a horizontal paint. Now it's not a complete, I'm just hitting the most raised area. Because that's where the light would shine on. I do believe. Okay, and then a little bit of the coat tail, if I can reach it. If I can't, just leave it alone. Alrighty. Yeah, I noticed I'm running out of 40 millimeter bases. It's odd. So I have a feeling it's because I've started using some 40 millimeter bases for Meg and for my Marshals and Generals. So I'm probably going to have to get on Litco and order some more 40 millimeter bases. I try to buy them in bulk, you know, a couple of hundred at a time. But my 28 millimeter Napoleonic 40 millimeter bases, I want them to be the thick ones. You know, the oh yeah, the white straps need to be fixed on that guy. That's okay. White straps is the last highlight. The I use the 3 millimeter thick on the 28 millimeter models. I think it just fits better with making formations and the size of the models and stuff. I think 3 millimeter bases just works. Plus, the Warlord bases that you get with some of their Warlord product are also 3 millimeter plastic. So it's the same. So they match up really well. But my 15 millimeters, I want to go with the 1.5 millimeter thick bases, not the 3 millimeter, because 3 millimeter on against a 15 millimeter model just looks way too big. Now I know there's companies out there that do 2 millimeter. I think that's okay. I think 2 millimeter works pretty good, but Litco doesn't have 2 millimeter. They have 1.5, and I prefer Litco. I just like their product. Somebody's phone is going off. My wife must be calling him to check the front porch because there's a package that was delivered. And she didn't want that sitting out overnight. I'm actually past halfway on these infantry. Now I'm debating on whether or not to do a touch-up on their hat. Highlight. I think I'm going to. Not the entire hat, just the top part of it. These guys are all wearing the campaign caps. Yep, I see a little. This paint, like white where it's not supposed to be. I'm going to fix it. Okay, the coat tail. Some of these I can reach pretty easily, and some are a little bit more complicated. Not only does it lighten them up, but it also gets rid of any of the wash residue that's kind of builds up in the corner or something like that. Makes them all look a lot cleaner. Take it up. Hmm. You also might notice that I have no band-aids on my fingers. I've still got some some scabs and stuff. I guess it would be called a scab, but and all my fingers feel like they're right on the verge, like they're super thin or something. I don't know. Okay, now this guy's an elite, so I gotta kind of avoid the epaulet as well. That's even less sleeve. I was gonna start this stream around noon. I thought about it, but at about that time, my wife was getting ready for her trip, and so there's a lot of activity in the home. You know, a lot of a lot of disturbance. So I just put it off till after she left. Now she left around 4. And that's when I said, okay, let me just schedule this now. And I made sure there was enough time for me to have dinner. Okay, this guy needs a bunch of white shoulder straps and cross straps. That's okay. We're gonna clean up these white straps, make them stand out on top of the dirty wash. So I'm playing this game last night, where you're a space cowboy, I guess is what I guess he likes to call himself a gunslinger, but everybody else calls him a cowboy. And okay, but that's not the story. So he's he's got a spaceship, and you go from planet to planet, and he's going to this one planet to look for this guy. And it's kind of a visual novel where you just sit and read, and then the next paragraph comes up, you read it, and while you're reading, the scene or the picture on the screen might change or whatever. So it's really kind of a graphic novel. So I'm reading this thing, and I'm reading, and they go to this library to see if they can't find any information on this guy. And his crew member starts to fall asleep, right? She's dozing off. And it's funny because this one picture she's got her head up, the next picture she's got her head down, and the next picture she's got her head up, and the next picture she's got her head down. It was very funny, right? I was giggling. But this is a long and boring chapter, it seems like, of this story. You're in this library, you're reading. There's supposedly a ghost, you know, and which there actually was, but he wound up being a prisoner in the library, and you set him free and all that. There, okay, but that's a side note. After I set him free and we went back to reading books, and we were just sitting there reading, I found myself doing exactly what my crewmate was doing. I was dozing, you know, I kept nodding off. I pulled my head back up and I would continue to read, and then I would nod off. I think I missed some of the story because I would nod off and I'd come back, and it would be because it auto advances. You know, some things happened while I was nodded off. Not much, you know, because all they're doing is reading. And I just laughed and I said, yep. She made a comment how she gets real sleepy whenever she has to read for a long period of time, which is kind of funny because the game is all reading. I mean, every now and then you'll get to a point where you have to make a decision. You make a decision and then the story progresses from that point on based on your decision. But it's not like a first person shooter where I'm actually like pointing my mouse and pulling triggers and stuff like that. It's not rapid reflexes and stuff. It's just reading and clicking and choosing. And which is fun because there's like no labor. I'm just sitting here reading a story. It's like reading a book with pictures. And so it's actually a very funny face tale. It's about a starship and this bounty hunter chasing someone. And I'm finding it very entertaining. But then I started to fall asleep and I said, okay, it's time for me to go to bed. I wonder if they knew that they were making fun of themselves. Okay. Okay, this brush is starting to frizz. So I just have to be careful of that one loose hair. Keep it away from the model. And that's what reminded me that I really need to replenish my brushes. Yeah, just throw the models on the ground. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Luckily, they landed perfectly flat. Well, it's not lucky. They can survive a hit. They can survive a fall. They did land face up. Yeah. I got a bunch of news that I want to share with you guys, but I think I think I'm gonna do a separate video, like my store news update. You know, like I normally do a store news update. But one of them is Battlefront. Battlefront is the company that does Flames of War. It looks like they've got a Christmas video out, right? I've already watched it, but they've got a Christmas video talking about what's happening in 2024. Looks like there's going to be a lot happening around July of 2024. I'm excited for it. There's some of it I'm very excited for it. Some of it I'm like, nah. And mainly it's because of me. It's because of me and my play style and my gaming style. First of all, I don't play Flames of War. I could. I've got a bunch of Flames of War models. I've got the rules. I've got the cards. You know, we could play some Flames of War, but I prefer Battle Group. Okay. But they've got a new game coming out, Clash of Steel or something like that, I think is what they're calling it. It's a it reminds me of that game by DreamPod 9, Tanks. You remember that game? Where it was just like a Sherman versus a Panther or something like that. And you had so many movements and throw your die to hit and damage. It was basically a to me it felt like it was a children's game. It was designed for people that didn't want or didn't have the means to collect like a bunch of infantry or to paint, because all you needed was one tank. And you would play against a friend that also had one tank, or the scenario might require 2 versus 1 or 2 versus 2, but that was pretty much it. And it focused pretty heavily on tanks. Well, the name of the game was called Tanks, so I understood that. I even went as far as to create infantry units for the game of Tanks, because I thought Tanks was a very basic, easy to learn, easy to play game. I just wanted it to be able to do more. And then I thought about it and I'm like, why am I doing this? There are so many other games that already do this. They already have infantry and tanks. They might not be as easy to learn or whatever, but I pretty much gave up on tanks because I felt it was just way too dumbed down. I didn't want to say easy because easy is actually a good thing, but it was dumbed down is what I felt. And I think that was a bad thing. So they got this game coming out called Clash of Steel, which I know that the World of Tanks line goes through Flames of War, and I think even the DreamPod 9 and Flames of War Battlefront, I think they're all in cahoots, right? So not in a bad way. I mean, they're just cooperative. And so I think they found a way to maybe do a little bit more with tanks. And they made this game called Clash of Steel, which is coming out next year. But I'm afraid it's a dumbed down version. It might not even be dumbed down. It might just be some pages are missing. Flames of War. I think it's just the tank rules of Flames of War, which is not a bad thing, because what that'll do for their company, somebody will pick up this Clash of Steel, they'll play it, and they'll want more from their game. They'll be like, well, tanks are super cool, but I want infantry. And so what they're going to do is, and I want artillery, and I want, armored cars, and X, Y, and Z. And they're going to switch over to Flames of War, which marketing wise, I think that's an excellent. It's like basic Flames of War, or like starter Flames of War, without the infantry, just the tanks. Now, if it was just one tank against one tank, I would be like, oh, that's just tanks in a different box. But it's not. They're giving you like 10 different tanks uh, that you can choose from in the box set. And I'm like, okay, that's better. But then I looked at it and they're all super, and I mean super, super late war. Like the mouse and the tortoise, T-44, and the tanks that never were actually used. They've got some hypotheticals in there. And then that kind of broke me. I was like, oh, nope, not going to do it. Now, I'm probably going to get it, read it, and make a judgment after I actually see it, and not just make a judgment based on a trailer. Because that's being unfair, I think. And if it winds up being exactly what I think it is, then I'll just sell the tanks. They're also making a commitment to do World War One, and they're making another commitment to doing early war, like the Char B1 and the Renaults. The French light tanks and stuff, which is good because a lot of those French light tanks were used throughout the war as captured, or what's the word I'm looking for? Not confiscated, but kind of like confiscated by the Germans. Okay. These French generals have a seam in their jacket that goes right down the center of their back. So what I'm doing is I'm painting the left and right side of the jacket, ignoring that seam, leaving it nice and dark. I'm doing everybody's back first. And right where the sleeve goes to the jacket, I'm leaving that also, giving it its own little dark seam. Well, that has a bent elbow crease. I'm avoiding that. Okay. That's all the backs. This is the last one to do on the blue. And then we'll do the white straps. Mainly just straps. I'm just going to go find all the straps that need to be touched up and lightened up, because some of them might have got darkened down with the wash. And then I think we'll be ready to put a dull coat on these guys. One thing that washes do, or at least the Army Painter washes, the ones that I'm using, they have a shine. They're very shiny. So when you put them on your model, it gives it a little bit of a gloss shine look. So just be aware of that. Even when I put a matte finish flow additive, it's not enough to make it not shiny. Okay. The blue is done. The green is done. The only color left is white for straps. This 3/0 brush should be small enough. I have a 5/0 brush up here in the wings, but I don't think I'm going to use it right away. Twist up. I wonder if that's supposed to be like 7-Up. And it's a Walmart brand. Lemon lime soda. Yeah. So basically I'll do a review or my thoughts on the Battlefront Christmas video. I will do that. And that'll get some eyes on that video. Nice video. It's well made and everything, but it's it even talks about 2024 all the way through into 2025 as well. And one of the things they talk about is 2024 is the 80th anniversary of D-Day. And so they're going to bring back their D-Day army boxes. And I'm excited for that. Not because they're Flames of War, and not excuse me, not because they're I'm excited to play those scenarios from Flames of War or anything. I just like those army boxes in the fact that if you were to buy it, everything is half price inside. Because normally, the way that company works, normally, it's not always this way. If you buy a box of Panzer IVs and there's 4 of them in there, you'll get like a Panzer IV platoon or something. It'll be $40. So if you buy a platoon of Shermans and there's 5 of them in the box, that box will be $50. So effectively, excuse me, effectively, all of their plastic tanks are $10 a piece. And that's just straight across the board. Every tank, $10, approximately. And then when I look at an army box that's got 16 tanks in it, you would think that it would be like a $200 box set because rule books, the infantry that's included, all that good junk. Adds up to more than just the 160 for the tanks, right? So you'd expect it to be quite a bit more, or at least I would. But then when you look at the price is like 110. So first of all, it's less than $10 a tank, not even counting the other material like infantry bases and infantry and anti-tank guns and machine gun platoons and all that stuff that you get in these starter boxes. You get those in addition to the 16 tanks. You would expect it to be about $200. And that's why I say everything in an army box is about half price, because they only charge about 110. So I'm excited to grab like as many army boxes as I can get, just because the vehicles will be discounted. You know what I mean? I know you do. Okay, these straps seem to be doing okay. A few of them that needed to be touched up. Overall, I think they're doing really well. And these white pants, they're dirty, which I like. So I'm only hitting like raised areas with white. So it'll definitely look like highlights, but it'll also look like it's still dirty. Yeah, so this guy looks like he is good to go. All right, Cab, let's see. I might have to switch brushes because this has got a loose hair hanging, bugging me. Sometimes I'll go in with a knife and I will chop the loose hairs off. Yeah, this guy's got some dried paint in the middle of the bristles. This guy needs to be replenished. Replenish is not really a word. Reinvigorated, reconstituted might be the word I'm looking for. So I'm not going to use that. I'll use something else. Bitch. Come on, stand up straight. 5 O's might be just a little bit too much. Two O, not a 3-0. Okay, it looks pretty sharp. I can feel my antihistamine kicking in and drying up my nose, but I can also feel some sneaking by. Oh, goodness. All right, so here we go with a 2O brush. Now, some of these straps, I don't mind them looking a little ragged, a little dirty. Others, I want to hit and make them really stand out. Okay. Excuse me, dang. Okay, the left side of everything is done. Oh yeah, some of these gloves might need to be touched. Mainly because you know, the back of the hand, you know, this area, maybe some fingers if I think it's necessary. Most of them I don't, because I think the white glove maybe was sufficient. Yeah, the back of the hand of the white glove holding the sword, definitely a must touch. All right, and that's it. Oh, goodness. I don't know if you hurt my stomach. Just decided to make itself known. Right. Now these guys have red sashes. Got these little saddle bags that hang off the side. White straps. Got to make sure those are white. And then, of course, the strap holding the sword. Now, the cord that's on that guy's Daco, I'm not touching. I'm letting that be dirty. Some things I want to be a little dirty. Some things I want to be highlighted or clean. Yeah, with my stomach acting the way it is, I might actually have to go use the little boy's room here in a minute. Try to get at least the cavalry finished. I might have to put a little message up on the screen saying be back in 5 minutes. Give everybody a chance to go get a snack. Excuse me. I wonder exactly how many chasseurs I've actually painted. More than 6 units of them, I can say that. I painted 3 for my initial Waterloo campaign, and then I sold all those models, and then I came back to do another 28mm Waterloo campaign because I personally wanted to do it. So I painted another 3 units, and then I decided to sell my 28s and kind of stick with 15s. So that was another 3 units that got sold. But this is one of many army boxes that I've painted. Okay. Yep. Okay. I will paint his pom-pom because I do want that to be white. Just not worried about the chords. And he does have a sword belt that crosses his chest. I'm going to paint that white. Turnbacks. There's his sword belt. Just highlighting the pants, not actually painting them. Very lightly. I like the fact that they're a little dirty. Okay. highlighting the gloves makes the paper look a little less white, which is perfect. Okay. Okay, I'm only going to be fixing straps. Also making them look white as opposed to the coat, which kind of looks dirty. So it'll make the straps stand out. That's the plan anyway, right? There's one of the guys that needed to be fixed. Got squared away. Yeah. Yeah, that strap was kind of tight, hard to get into. So I guess that's going to be about 1 in 3 of them. We're going to have that type of a strap. Well, how many of you guys follow my traveler campaign that we've got started? 2 actual episodes in. We're getting ready to go into episode 3 this Wednesday. I have to tell you that this group seems like a really good group. They were confronted with a bunch of islanders, right? Some locals, some natives on this planet with guns, and they were startled to see the players in this cave, and immediately stopped, took cover, pointed their guns at the players, And nobody fired. I thought about having one of the islanders accidentally shoot, but that wouldn't be a very good test for my players. This is already written into the scenario, right? I'm playing pretty much straight out of a module. But I chose this module because it has some interesting situations that I wanted to see how the players reacted to. And they reacted to them very smartly. Even though one of the players suggested doing something stupid, he was pretty much vetoed because they all have a head on their shoulders. I don't think he suggested it in a way that was stupid. I think he suggested it in a logical manner, like, hey, like, do you guys think we should do this? Because this is the situation. And the players went, no, let's not do that because too many variables, right? There's too many unknowns. And it also presents them with a just so you know, their shuttle that they were taking to get down to the surface was shot down. They don't know by who. The pilots, before they crashed, suggested that they might be from Ogma, which is a neighboring world. And one of the locals that are on the shuttle with them said that's entirely possible because Ogma raiders come to this world a lot and take things. So they very well could have been Ogman raiders. But nobody really knows for sure. And a very large ship descended on their crashed shuttle. So they decided to pack up their survival kit, take what they can, and get out. So they ran inland. And then once they got in far enough, they started to be stalked by this wolf-like creature. And they kept moving. They picked up the pace. It's dark out. People are stumbling around. And they made it to an underground complex It's basically an overgrown building, basically, like a cave. So they went into it, take shelter, mainly from the rain and from these predators that are stalking them. And once they were in this cave, from the other side of the cave, a group of islanders emerged, was shocked to see them, and got all defensive and pulled their little muskets up and basically stood firm. And part of their culture is to not interact with other tribes. And they didn't know who these players were. They were treating them like an off-world tribe. And kind of partially expected, I didn't want it to happen, but I expected it to happen. The players would open fire on the villagers. But I never made it seem like they were an extreme threat. Well, first of all, they only have like muskets. The players have like a bolt action rifle and a semi-automatic pistols, and yeah, they could have taken these islanders with no problem. But over time, their communicators communicated like it could hear what the islanders was saying, and it tried to translate it. So what I did was, as the islanders, I spoke in broken English. And eventually they came to an understanding that they weren't there to hurt each other. The islanders don't want to have anything to do with the players, though. I don't think they realize that. And then as everything was starting to simmer down, pack of wolves attack. And that's where we left it. So it'll be first thing that happens next week's episode is a fight with wolves. They outnumber the wolves by a large amount. And according to the lore of those wolves, they don't try to kill their prey. What they do is they try to injure their prey so that the rest of the herd or whatever will just leave it alone, leave it behind, and then they will come in and clean it up. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I had that urge to go run to the bathroom, but I kind of faded away. That's good. Camera. I'm glad I'm going through here and kind of like touching up these straps because it looks like I missed a few when I went through and painted them originally. Okay. Now the elites have crossed straps because not only are they carrying an ammo cartridge box, they're also carrying a sword. And those are with crossed straps. Hmm. Okay. uh, okay. Okay. Wow. Okay, Grenadiers. Do their backs first. Little sword strap. Touching it up, basically trying to make it look straight. Okay, they're all done. Now, the cross straps. Wet section. There we go. Now these guys might have quite a few straps that need to be touched up, so as they're carrying the guidon standards, you know. Now what I've done in the past, and it looks okay, but it's kind of counterproductive. Um, I would water down my white and I would create like a wash, a whitewash, if you will, to go over the clothing. Um, but what that winds up doing it winds up getting white down into all the cracks. And I don't want that. I want it in the raised areas. So I stopped doing that. I started basically brushing white on specifically in specific areas. And the whitewash did look okay. It did bring the color of the small clothes, it did clean them up quite a bit. And don't get me wrong, it did look good. I just knew it was wrong. It's kind of like a self-conscious kind of thing, saying, "Well, that doesn't look right. Let's not do that anymore." Okay. Clean these dirty pom-poms. Okay. Oh. Now, last stick. I'm big on pointing fingers. Okay. Oh, goodness. Just doing the breast, the vest and the small clothes and stuff. Everything looks good there. Let's touch up these pom-poms. Make them look more official. Now I noticed something on these officers that I didn't notice when I was painting them, that I'm gonna have to fix right away before we do the bell coat. Won't take but a second. They're good except for those minor detail. 4 of those generals or colonels, or I guess they would be colonels, maybe majors. 4 of them have medals. Now, I don't know if they should be red or if they should be blue. So I'm painting them red because it'll contrast against the blue jackets. Okay. So everything is painted. Final thing is what I tend to do is like a 50-50 mix of mecha with AK ultra varnish. I got a new bottle of ultra matte varnish. You can see the size difference, but I got a new one, but I'm not using that until this one's completely gone, which it is pretty close. It's like probably right about there. But I do a 50-50 mix of this. This is not ultra flat. This is just matte. And then this is ultra matte or ultra matte. Now, by the time I got all the way down here, I'm sure those guys, everything I did to them, I'm sure is already dry. So I don't need to wait. But I might need to take a 5-minute break to go use the bathroom. And check the time. Can't see with these glasses. $8:44. Oh my gosh, I've been on for almost 3 hours. It was 2:49 is how long I've been on. I don't mind. I'm not going to turn this off until I get those guys matte finished. All right, so I'll be right back. I'm going to change it over to this intro, and I'm going to put a chat in there. BRB gone fishing. All right, I'll be right back. Almost back. All right, I am back. Oh, shoot. Actually, I might be getting a little warm. Okay, flavor. No. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I have to put anything under these guys. Mainly because the popsicle, anything that drips off the model will sit on the popsicle stick. Or the base of the model. Ah, look at that. Okay, give me a second here. Yeah, maybe he can go there. So that he can go there. Not going to be using water for this. Only going to be using that brush. Whoa. Wrong brush. That brush. Yikes. I think I'm going to take some more of my cough medicine. It tells me, okay, I'm down to maybe a 1-day supply. It says don't take more than 8 in a day. Okay, this is pretty much gone. So I grab this. 0 calories, 0 sugar. I guess it's not 0 calories. 10 calories, 0 sugar. That black and white top. That's not silver, that's like white. That's really clean. Put that off there. Got an empty spot in my palette. Now, when I was doing the washing, specifically on the cavalry, I would put, normally, I put like 40 drops of wash and 10 drops of flow additive, right? So it's about 50 drops. And I normally go over, I don't know, 5 or 6 sticks of 15 millimeter models, right? And then I would do it again on 5 or 6 more sticks. And I would just keep doing it until everything was done. But last night when I was doing the cavalry, I said, you know what, I'll do the same, 40 and 10 10. That's a good flow mixture. And I said, I'll probably get all of them done. And if I have any extra, then oh well. I did 1.5 horses with all that. And I was like, what the heck? These 28mm models were just eating me alive when it came to the wash. Or so it felt. Okay, so let's scooch these guys over here. Scooch them over there. Scooch these here. That's so I know what's been done and what hasn't been done. You guys know. You know what time it is. All right, so that's been shook up, even though I don't think you really have to shake it up, but I did anyway. Give me about half of a thingamajigger. I'm going to shake this up. I think it says don't, or it's shake well before using. It says it right there on the side. Okay, good. Because that's what I'm doing. And then I'll fill the rest of this up. Probably too much, actually. Mainly just because it won't stay in the palette. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Do a very gentle agitation here to kind of get the two to mix. I'm not putting it in any kind of spin cycle or anything. And if it doesn't mix up entirely 100% the way you would think, then oh well, so what? I don't care. And you can see that I just cake it on. I just cake it onto the guy, right? Get it down into every little crack and crevice and everything. Inside and out of the tail of the gun. Yeah, it leaves like this milky substance on there. But that is the protective coat. Thicker the better. That's what she said. I'm a that's what she said. What's the word? Evangelist. I say that's what she said a lot. Because I'm always got dirty thoughts. I guess that's my problem. A dirty old man, as they would say. Well, my Titans, as you can tell, I'm a football fan. I got a Dolphins hoodie on right now. But currently, I'm kind of a Titans fan because I live here in Tennessee. Used to live in Florida. But that was when I was a kid, you know, and I've always been a Miami Dolphins fan. Only because my dad kind of got me into being a football fan, and at the time we lived in Miami. I lived in Coral Springs. you remember the 1972 Dolphins? I was actually able to go into a locker room and meet um, the team. My dad had pull. Um, he was I don't know how we got in, but we got in because my dad knew somebody somewhere, and good to know people. And so we got in there, and I met like Bob Greasy and Larry Zonka and Warfield, Kick, Anakani, you know, those guys. I remember my dad complaining about how Warfield would carry the ball. He's a wide receiver, and when he caught the ball, he would carry it in one hand. And there was always in our house anyway, a big controversy. But he would yell at the TV because of the way he was carrying the ball. I think I asked him something about that when I met him. Something very. I'm a young kid now. Think 9 years old. I don't know anything about football. I don't know anything about carrying the ball. I don't even know what the right way to carry the ball was. I just knew he was doing it wrong. It's one of those. And I made a comment to him, "Hey, why do you carry the ball wrong like that?" Or something like that. Little spit there. So that's really the only reason why I was a Miami Dolphins fan for as long as I was. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I don't know any of that stuff. And then we moved from Miami to New Orleans. I never really became a New Orleans Saints fan. My mom did. She was a big Saints fan. I wasn't a Saints fan. I kept to the Miami Dolphins. I kept saying Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins. And then joined the Army and went overseas and all that. And I would tell people I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. But I never really followed the game or anything. I didn't really care. I even did a little football when we lived in Hawaii. I played tight end for a little while. But I still didn't know what I was doing. Being honest, I don't know what I was doing. The coaches didn't help me out at all. I'm going to say 0%. We had the worst coaches ever. If we ever had a practice. I don't think I went to very many practices. Because, I would have went to every one of them, but I don't think we had them. I'm trying to remember. I think it wasn't a very big priority for our school at the time. Because if I'm remembering right, it was no, it might not have been school. It might have been a little league kind of thing. I don't remember. That was a long time ago as well. I think I was 11 years old in Hawaii. 11 to 14. And joined the Army. Deployed a million different places, and then eventually settled in Nashville, met my wife, rejoined the military, went to Berlin as part of the Berlin Brigade, if you remember when those days were, and then came back to Fort Campbell, which I was originally stationed the first time I was in. So I knew the area, and my wife was from Nashville, so this was a good thing for her. She didn't have to go very far. Her family was still in Nashville, and we were in Fort Campbell, which is only like an hour away. And at that time, I started to get back into football. I started to enjoy what I was watching, understand what I was watching. I started to pick up the rules. You know, before I was just a casual fan that didn't really know anything about football. But then I started learning, and then eventually I became a Titans fan when they were Oilers coming up over to Tennessee, you know, relocating. Never really was an Oilers fan, but when they came to Nashville, I remember this vividly, there was a request for people to submit names for a Titans football team. Not a Titans, a Tennessee football team. They said, we got the Oilers, we want to rename them. You know, what do you think a good name would be? Make suggestions. And I don't remember if you mailed them in or called them in or what, because this was kind of like pre-internet. This is before, there wasn't like a website you would go to or anything. That really wasn't a thing. AOL was just starting, I think. So it might have been on AOL. I don't remember. But I do remember that there was a call. It was something to do with the radio, if I remember right. Like on the radio station, they would say, call in with your suggestions for football teams, names, and we'll submit them to the owners or something. I'm trying to remember. I honestly don't remember. I never suggested anything. Because at that before they changed their name, I really wasn't invested in that. I was a wargamer. I was a role player, miniature painter, historian. I played Napoleonics a lot. I played World War II, like Command Decision and Napoleon's Battles. Those are my two go-to games. Spearhead became my new game. Kind of got away from Command Decision because it was a little bit too crunchy. Spearhead was a lot smoother and faster. I even tried Battlefront, which is actually a game and a company. It's two different, like, it's not the same. There's a Battlefront company, and then there's a Battlefront game. There's a lot of people got those mixed up, or at least I did, but they're not related. And the Battlefront game was also a little bit too crunchy, so I stayed with Spearhead. Because, you know, part of my philosophy is fast, fun, and playable. Not crunchy. Crunchy is not I don't want to do math at the table. not complicated math. I don't mind like my armor piercing versus your armor gives me a plus. I don't mind that kind of math. But when it comes to like Angriff, when you got to figure out what the angle of attack is, like what percentage, like what degrees is your shot coming in at, will determine how thick the armor is, based on the slope of the tank. And then you compare the penetration at that range to the modified armor value. And I mean, I'm being serious. That was Angriff. There was angle of attack, armor values based on the slope of the armor and compounded by the angle of the attack, gave you a actual armor value. And I thought it was ridiculous. I played like one, maybe 2 games of Angriff before I was like, no, this is silly. So I played tank charts. I was in high school, tank charts, squad leader. ASL, when Advanced Squad Leader came out, I pretty much stopped playing. I mean, I did the Crescendo of Doom, the Iron Cross, Anvil of Victory. But once they came out with Advanced Squad Leader, it was like, nah, this is too much. Too much BS. Okay, so a whole pallet or a whole tub of the man juices only did the cab and the artillery piece. Let's see how much a whole pallet can do on infantry. Oh. So what got me started on this was my Titans are out of the playoffs, right? They got 3 more games to play with nothing on the line. So are they going to be good games? Probably not. Am I going to get to see my new quarterback do his thing? Probably not. They're probably going to save him so he doesn't get injured, you know. But he is a new quarterback, and he does need to get some reps. So game time is the best time to see how good he is, right? And put him to the test, get him a little, what do you call it? Like OJT, on the job training. I think they should play him. Because I think that if he gets injured in the last 3 games of the season, he should be able to make it back by next season. I would think. I could be wrong, but depending on the injury, I suppose. But my Dolphins, because I still have this place in my heart for the Dolphins, they're doing really well this year. I mean, extremely well. But I don't know why, because they don't have a good quarterback. Tua Tungalova or whatever his name is. Tua Tung Villanova? No, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce his name. If it was sitting in front of me in writing, I'd probably be able to word it out. But he's really not that good, in my opinion. I think he's just an average quarterback, which is all you need to win games is average. As long as you've got better than average players around you. And he did until they got injured. What is his name? Tyreek Hill. He's a really good wide receiver. And that made Tua look good. But when Tyreek got injured, Tua started to look pretty bad, pretty average. So Tyreek elevated Tua's game quite a bit, in my opinion. Nothing special about the play calls, nothing. So the coaching is nothing special. Now they got a couple of other good players too, so they can still win games. Not just Tyreek. And Tyreek used to be a Chief, and the Chiefs were winning. So I have a feeling that Tyreek Hill was or is a really good player. And when he was on the Chiefs were winning. When he's on the Dolphins are winning. He's fast. He's like the fastest man alive or something like that. He's like he's super short in my opinion, but he's like super fast speed-wise. Makes those cuts. Nobody can keep up with him. So when Miami acquired him, they got a good deal. Now they're winning. But it's not because of the quarterback. I think it's because of Tyreek Hill. I didn't really think this was going to take this long. But then again, I was thinking I was going to start this at noon and not 6. So I'm about 6 hours behind where I thought I'd be with these guys. Luckily, the dull coat, the matte varnish, dries extremely fast. I believe that the matte varnish on the cavalry will be dry completely by the time I get to the end of the infantry. Could be wrong. Remember, I am trying to cake it on. Partially because I want to make sure I get it inside all the cracks. And secondly, I want it to be a good protective coat for this paint job for my customer, so that when he's playing with it, the paint doesn't just go flaking off. And then he goes, "Damn that Derek." So what do you guys think about Colorado taking Trump off the ballot? Now I understand it's the GOP primary ballot. Now I have a lot of questions that I already know. I know the answers to now, but when it happened, I had a bunch of questions like, how does the state Supreme Court tell anyone, i.e., the GOP, who is going to be on their ballot? It's not a statewide, it's not a state owned company. It's not a government agency. The Supreme Court can't tell Nike that they can't sell red tennis shoes. Now, let me back that up. The Supreme Court can tell Nike that they can't sell red tennis shoes, but they can't tell Nike that their employees have to wear black tennis shoes. They can't do that. They can't go into Nike and say, you have to do this certain thing. Or, I just, and if they can, if they are allowed to do that, then there's a problem with the system. So the GOP has nothing to do with the Colorado state. It's an internal struggle to determine who they want to put on the ballot for president of the federal government. And every state runs their own elections. I understand that. And they don't want. Now, once it gets past the GOP, I can see now that Colorado would be able to say, we're not going to allow Donald Trump to be on the primary, the one that goes as the official Colorado vote. For president, I can see that because that's within their jurisdiction. I don't agree with it. Don't get me wrong. I think it's not unconstitutional. It's evil, and it's abusing the rules and all of that jazz. And I think it sets a very bad precedent for other states and other political elections and stuff like that. I think it sets a very bad example. And I'm disgusted with some of the other Republicans that aren't pointing this out as evil. Okay, I can do 3 sticks with a little bit extra. Yeah, so I don't know how they're getting away with it. Now there's a lot of bubbles in these varnishes, right, when you put them on the figure. I know that as the varnish dries, it starts to shrink and those bubbles all pop. But I'm trying to coat the entire model and avoid any bubbles. So if I see bubbles, I try to pop them myself to ensure that varnish gets on everything underneath the bubble. Because that bubble might have been preventing varnish from getting on a specific part of the model. There was a short time that I would paint my models with gloss varnish and leave it glossy. And there was this big movement in the wargaming community that it just looks better to have glossy models on the table than it does to have flat models. It looked more epic. It looked more surreal or out of it. They just looked fantastical or something like that. It was the word. People just accepted glossy models as being the preferred method, and I bought into it. I had a bunch of glossy models. Now, the thought that was shared with me was, why are you trying to make them look real? Right? They're not real. They're toy soldiers. Right? Why are you trying to make them look real, like they could jump off the table, jump out of a history book or something? Why are you trying to do that? And by what that is, and this was kind of a philosophy that went around, and again, I bought into it. I don't now, but I did then. I was younger. They're saying you got a mental problem if you are trying to make your toy soldier look real, right? It's like your anal or your there's something mentally deficient if you can't tell the difference between a toy soldier and reality. Also, the added benefit of a clear gloss coat is that a clear gloss coat puts a layer of protection over a model that is superior to a dull coat. Dull coat's protections are not that good. Gloss coat protections tend to be thicker and last longer and protect better. Which is still true today. Gloss coat is way better than a dull coat. If you're really concerned about protecting your model, but you also want it to be dull, like a flat, like a matte, like what I'm doing with these guys right here, you should apply a gloss coat on top of it. And once that gloss coat is dry, after about 48 hours, come back in later with a dull coat and take the gloss shine off of them. But what will happen is the gloss coat will be under and still be protective. So you're double applying a protective coat. That sounds all well and good. But as soon as you apply that dull coat on top of your gloss coat, the gloss coat fails to be a protective coat at that point. It starts to shatter and crack, making it a dull appearance, taking the shine away. So there's no benefit for doing it a shiny coat and then adding a dull coat on top, other than the fact that you're just putting two coats on a model. And the more I painted and the more I gloss coated and dull coated, I also realized that it's easier to clean a model when it's gloss coated. So like if you have a gloss coated Knight of the Round Table and he's sitting on your shelf for 10 years, you come back and you pick him up, he's going to have a layer of dust on him. And it is much easier to remove that dust from a gloss coated figure than from a dull coated figure. From a gloss coated figure, you could just use a brush and knock the dust off. But with a dull coated figure, you would have to use some water and wash the dust off. So there's that. But I still believe, after all these years, that dull coating a model just makes it look better. The gloss coat does give it a toy soldier look, But a toy soldier look is not always what people are looking for. Sometimes they want their models to have a realistic look to them. The whole reason why you paint a toy soldier is to get it closer to reality, right? I don't play with just green army men. You know, I prime them and I paint them and I put flesh tone on them and I pick out their proper uniform colors and I take their weapons and take pride in painting them with the colors that they actually wore, etc., right? And because I do that, I want them to look as realistic as possible. So I use a dull coat. Now, when it comes to like Space Marines, I would use a gloss coat. Because I think that specifically with the Games Workshop, Warhammer 40K, Space Marines, I believe that they would go into battle with their armor nice and shiny and take pride in their chapter colors and all that kind of stuff and not hide behind camouflage. But now if I'm doing an Imperial Guard army, I would probably use a dull coat because they're using camouflage and trying to stay alive because they don't have power armor. So it's just one way or another. I think I have enough in here to do another stick. Plus, if I'm trying to get fabric to look like cloth, like their jackets and pants and stuff like that, I'm going to use a dull coat. Now, little big men's shields, their decals for their shields, they recommend using a gloss white paint or paint it white and then put a gloss coat over the white. And that's because what it does is it smooths it down, right? It makes it a smooth surface, allows the decal to sit better on a smooth surface and not have to fight with paint and stuff and look for imperfections and cracks and crevices and stuff like that. Okay, I'm running out, so I couldn't do a full stick. I got a stick and a half. Interesting. If I squeeze enough it'll spray out. I'm trying to avoid that. Something's clogging the nozzle. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll put the flags on the infantry here before I base anything. Actually, I could base the cavalry. That won't be a problem. But the infantry, and a lot of the infantry I could base as well, actually. But I want to do the flags before I base the standard bearer. Just because it'll be easier to get to. All right, Voltigears. Let's see what you got. Yeah, I got a game that I'm in, that I play in, Dungeons and Dragons, and the final game should be this weekend, this Saturday. It's a big fight, the big fight between us and the big boss and all that, and everything's going to come to a head, and the end of the campaign and all that. Which I'm excited for the end of the campaign, and I know that this game master wants to run another campaign of a different game, like switch games to something else, which is good, because to be honest with you, if he started another D&D game, I would tell him that I'm going to bow out. Because I love him, and he personally doesn't make it political or ideological or anything like that. So he avoids all of the pitfalls and stuff like that D&D presents. But I just have this hate for D&D. And that's not the game. I maybe I should clarify that. Not the game. The people writing the game. The people making the modules and writing the adventures and putting rules into this game that are overtly political and ideological. They worship the devil, and And your definition of the devil can be different than mine, but basically, they're a bunch of evil people, and they don't have the same values that I have, and I don't want to continue playing their game, even though they don't have anything to do with our campaign. The rules, we're still using those rules, and those rules are written by them, and they're evil. I know it sounds extreme, but it's true. And I could go on and on about that, but I don't want to. Okay. Man, I can't get the UFO theme song out of my head. Shadow and the teletype writer and the (1970s) sci-fi and the animatronic vehicles. Luckily, they didn't use animatronic people. It would have been pretty cool if they had animatronic vehicles and the aliens were animatronic. When I say animatronic, I mean puppets, like Will Scarlet or Thunderbirds, that kind of stuff. Team USA. If the aliens were like that, that would have just been funny. It would have been funny. But I guess they weren't really going for funny. But they kind of were. Because, all the vehicles, like Skydiver and the shuttles and stuff, those are all, and the mobiles. Mobiles look pretty cool, to be honest. I don't know why they aren't armed and they only carry 3 people. That's ridiculous. These mobiles should have like a squad of 10 guys fully armed and armored, ready to go to fight these aliens in the back. But they only have 1 guy in the back. And then the driver and the co-pilot up front. Which is kind of ridiculous. You get this huge tracked armored vehicle and only 3 people in it. I mean, even if it was a snow buggy it's kind of like one of those old snowcats. How many people can fit in a snowcat? At least there should have been that many people. Yeah. I really wished UFO went on a little bit longer, but I'm kind of glad it didn't, because it wasn't doing the genre any good. It needed to be better. I wish there was a reboot, a UFO reboot. That would be so cool. Shadow, and put it in the year 2020 or 2030 even might be better. Because we're experiencing these UFO sightings, what do you call them? Not enhanced, but elevated. That could go into the whole storyline. Yeah, I don't know if you guys play XCOM, specifically XCOM 2, In XCOM 2, you get this radio message. It's kind of like, what do they call it? Kind of like resistance radio, where you're listening from around the world about stories of people fighting back against the alien invasion and stuff like that. And it's on resistance radio. And you get all these like clues and Easter eggs and stuff like that. And there's this one in there saying that there's this crackpot named Colonel Straker who says he's a member of Shadow, and basically it it gives UFO an homage. It basically says Colonel Straker claims to be from an organization called Shadow, and he's fighting back against the aliens, and it's just funny. If you're familiar with UFO. If you don't know anything about UFO and you only played XCOM, that would just go right over your head. You'd be like, oh, okay, whatever that means. I don't even know. But it's like an Easter egg. It's cool. That basically just tells me the game designers, they knew what they were doing. They almost made a really good XCOM 2 TV series. Well, let me rephrase that. They did make an XCOM 2 TV series. They didn't call it XCOM 2. Maybe there's copyright limitations, or they changed a lot of names and a lot of background and stuff. But if you know anything about XCOM 2, when you watch this TV series, you're like, oh, this is XCOM 2. From a different perspective. You're not the XCOM. You're the people that XCOM rescues. Because they have the name of the TV series was Colony. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that series. I really liked it, and I didn't like it being canceled. But I think it started in San Francisco, maybe Los Angeles, something like that. The aliens moved in and took over the world. Right? They came in, took over the world, and they have these drones that fly around, policing the area, and they also have administrators that they control to do things inside the city. And they put a wall around the city so you can't get out. Right? You're in the city, this alien race is your overlords, but there are humans working for the aliens as their law enforcement. And they call them Red Hats. If I remember right, it's Red Hats. Where in XCOM 2, they called them the Advent, but they, guess what, wore red hats. So, exactly the same. Yeah, and you live your life and you do your thing just like you normally would, except there's these aliens that are in charge. Whoa. Luckily, there's nothing in there. Try to loosen up whatever might be clogging this up. How long have we been streaming? Almost 4 hours. Is that what I'm hearing? Yep. Yeah, there's something clogging it up. Like a piece dried up and went inside or something. Okay. I might have to clean this out. Felt like a semi-dry Elmer's, you know, like it was a. Okay. There we go. That's all it took. Just a little TLC. Okay, that's way too much for that. I went a little overboard. Damn. Damn it, Janet. Gripping on my pen, he said. I didn't expect there to be very many people on tonight, but this is kind of an added bonus for people that watch the videos on demand. So maybe you watch this tomorrow or the next day or Christmas Day or whatever, and you put it on while you're doing your painting. So Merry Christmas. What this video is about. But it's also about international audience. People that are in other time zones, this might be the perfect time for you. You might be painting your models and you're like, hey, there's this guy live streaming over there in the United States. You know, maybe I can listen to him and, you know, rant about UFOs. Yeah, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but that's okay. You get the idea. I don't remember what regiment's flags Dan wanted me to put on his models. So I'm going to have to go back to the email, pull those regimental numbers up, and then we'll do the flags. So now once I finish these and I post them for sale to Dan, right, that they're finished and ready to be paid for, I won't be working on any more commissions until my commissioners are caught up, right? So if Dan pays right away, then I'll just jump in on his Polish, right? If he doesn't pay right away, like it takes a week or two, which is perfectly fine, is it's the holidays and he's probably got other things on his mind. But if he doesn't pay in those 2 weeks, while I'm waiting for commissions to be resolved, I'll be working on my own personal projects. And one of my personal projects right now is rebasing my Napoleonics. Now I could be gluing together those V&V miniatures to see what they look like all glued together. Because I've only done the first half of a 2-part video. I did a close-ups of all the models, and what I want to do is assemble them and at least prime them. Maybe not fully paint them, but at least get all the details to kind of show. Maybe a prime and a wash, just to get all the details to kind of stand out. And then once we do that, I'll film a video showing what they look like. um, and then I'll be able to upload both those videos. I might do that, but I don't know. I want to rebase some models. Maybe not tonight. It's getting late already. If I've been streaming for 4 hours, probably close to 10 o'clock then. I think I started at 6. hmm. I do need to kind of start working on my Traveler campaign, because I only really worked on the initial engagement, and then I kind of loosely worked on some of the other missions, but none of them are fleshed out. They're all just kind of like touched. So I need to go in and like really flesh them out. I can do that over the holidays. Okay, everybody is dull coated. And there's quite a bit left in this. Oh, I probably shouldn't have put that many. Do any of these guys look like they need more dull coat? Like, did I not put enough on any one of these guys? Nope, they all look good. Cannon looks really good. Well, so maybe this is just going to be a waste. How about my 15mm limber? I don't think I dull coated this. Go ahead and get a dull coat on these guys. Or if I did, it was probably a spray tester's dull coat, which I lived by for many years. I think it was one of the best dull coats. Part of the problem with the tester's spray dull coat, though, is that if it's humid, the dull coat would fog up and you would get like a dusty model. Somebody who looks like they've been on the road for a while. Not a bad thing, but it just kind of ruins some of your paint jobs sometimes. if the fog is too much. And it tended to be too much at times. So I stopped using the spray. Okay. Yeah, I think I've got the entire Brunswick Army painted. Some of them I need to rebase. So Brunswick I pretty much have got. And this is a Brunswick artillery piece. Foot artillery. No, this is a horse. Horse artillery. They're wearing those plumed shakos. That's better. The only reason why I'm doing this is I think they're almost completely dull. Maybe not completely 100% dull, but putting a second dull coat on is not going to hurt anything. Yeah, and that's me rebasing my artillery to a 40mm base. Now these guys need to be rebased. Yeah, I might have a live stream tomorrow where I talk about my marshals and generals basing conundrums, and also work out some combat modifiers. Just put some dull coat on the paper for their flags. This is the 5th Belgian Light Dragoons. Want to dull up the flag, because remember what I said earlier about fabric, you want it to look dull. And there is in no circumstance in my game will there ever be cavalry mounted 2 per base. So always going to be 3 per base for cavalry. So that means some of my cavalry units are not going to have enough figures for the amount of bases they need. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to paint up some more Napoleonics. I already have to, because I only have like half of the battalions that I need just for Quatre Bras. So yeah. So I was already needing to paint up a bunch of British and French. But now I'll have to paint up some cav to fill in some gaps. Now some of the cav, like the French Guard, I had made them 6 bases of this when basically just to make them visually like universal size to like all the other battalions and stuff like that, where counting the actual men or the cavalrymen in the unit, they probably should only have 4 bases. So that'll likely work out perfect. I won't have to paint any more of those guys, hopefully. Alright guys, so we're going to let this dry probably another 30 minutes or so. And then I'm going to put the flags on these guys, and I'm going to base these guys up. But I'll probably do, I don't know, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. That way I'll be able to do that on camera. So if you're not doing anything tomorrow, come join me. I'm probably going to do it earlier than, I'm not going to do it at 6. I might be on at noon or something, somewhere around there. Maybe even earlier. Just depends on like when I get my chores done and stuff like that. So thanks for coming out and hanging out with me for a while. I see I've got a image that shows people. It's like a track. What do they call it? Analytics. It's got concurrent views, and it shows people coming and going. And like when the peak time was, and how many people were in the peak time, and and who's in now and stuff like that. Yeah, and who left. But looks like we had about 30 people viewing, which not a huge amount, but it's nothing to sneeze at either. So I appreciate all 30 of you guys that come in and hung out and stayed with me for a while. I know nobody put anything in chat. You were basically just lurking and watching, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. Interaction actually helps out the channel, be it either likes, dislikes, but comments also. So if you comment on a video, that tells the algorithm that you were invested in the video, or it tells the algorithm to record that someone was invested in my video, and it would improve my video's displayability, or it puts it higher on the the queue to show people. So comments really help out quite a bit, actually. So all right, well, I'll see you